Hello. What are you doing here? How did you find me? It is once again another Monday, and it is once again time to continue working on this animation. Over the weekend, actually, it has rained a bit on Saturday, actually quite a lot. On Sunday too, but just a little. And that means that hopefully now the super warm days at least are over. Summer is officially over now. It has cooled down, which is nice. Hopefully now it's less sweaty working on this. But yeah, today we're gonna of course continue working on the Deadpool animation. But today we have a pretty cool day, I would say. Maybe one of the most fun days. It could be a bit more, I guess, so cool in a complexity way, I guess. Let me show you what I mean. There you go. So, okay. The thing that I worked on over the weekend, let me show you what I worked on over the weekend first. So, if we go in here, right, I've created 3 more scenes, I think. We ended last time with, I think, number 16? Nope. Oh, it might be 16. Was it? Yeah, 16. So last time we ended by Wolverine, slamming Deadpool miles away. Okay. Wolverine recovering by slamming his sword into the ground, which was this scene, looking like this. Okay. Boom. Okay, and then running forward again. And then I wanted to have 2 shots basically of, them 2 just running at each other. So I made some 2 close-ups basically of, one of Deadpool running like this, pretty simple. And then the other one is basically the other side, Wolverine running, which looks like this, right? There you go. Nothing too crazy, pretty simple to set up, but I think you can see those shots sometimes, in anime, and I think it could fit quite well in here too. So now, afterwards, they, of course, collide to attack each other since they're running at each other. So this shot is the next one, which is them, running at each other and then colliding in the middle, which of course is not represented by just, this shot where, I don't know, some weird explosion happens. But what I want to do is basically now we have like these multiple attacks of them against each other, which are basically supposed to be, they're running against each other. Then we have this close-up. I don't know if I actually rendered the close-up. I did. Then we have these close-up images of like super dynamic fight poses, I guess. Like this one, for example. And then once, that is played for a second, it goes back to kind of a broader shot looking kind of similar to this, for example, right? Kind of similar to this. Of them, going apart again and then clashing back together and then going apart, clashing back together. And for each clash, I want to have one of these, these kind of shots. Of course, they're all supposed to be different, and that is what I want to do today. I want to figure out 3 or like 2 more, I guess, shots kind of like this, which are, kind of like collision shots, I guess you could call them. Welcome Dolphin, welcome GG, welcome Cloudy, welcome Geo. Yes, so let me, this, kind of figuring out like a good, first of all, figuring out these kind of shots is pretty kind of complex, because it is hard to kind of, I guess, put everything in the right place. First of all, you need to, of course, figure out a cool pose that could work, right? But then you also need to figure out a, like the pose, but also needs to not only work for, for realism or like for practicality, it also has to work for the, I guess, perspective of the camera. So you also always have to kind of balance all of these things, and that can get quite complicated. For this one, it took me a bit, but now we're creating 2 more. Hopefully, maybe there it can get a bit easier. But I feel like we might actually spend the whole day working on that. But at least in the end, we will have, you know, 2 more cool shots like that. And those are probably also very likely going to be the shots that I'm going to use in the thumbnail for the video at the end. So I want to make them as cool as possible so that, you know, the thumbnails can be as cool as possible. Welcome, Nicholas. Hope you have a good day. Yes. So let's get straight into it. Also, I don't know what this is. What is this? How does that even work? How is that being created? Whatever. Nobody knows how the how the lineup modifier works. I actually learned recently that there's I think I posted in the Discord. Dylan Goo Studio, they make you know, with Blender also like anime style animations, and they actually don't use the grease pencil lineup modifier. They use something, I think it's called like Pencil Plus or something, which is basically the grease pencil lineup modifier, but basically, you know, a separate sort of add-on that not only works for, that basically works for all 3D software. And I think they've been around for quite a long time. So it's basically the grease pencil lineup modifier as if it worked for all programs. Plus it's more optimized and yeah, basically optimized for, you know, what it's being used, what it's supposed to be doing, you know, which is creating line art on anime characters. At least in this case, it's supposed to be doing that. Of course, if you have like a different scene, then it might be something else, but that is optimized to create, you know, good line art on characters, how you'd maybe see it on those characters. So yes, it is time to create the 2 more of these scenes. So the thing is, of course, I with this, oh god, why is there voiceover? I mean, vocals. Hold on. Quick intermission. Vocals off. There you go. Okay. What was I? There you go. Aha. So, with these shots, it's always really hard to figure out what I want to, or what I should start with, since it's so, they're quite hard to set up. Of course, you can, what I like to kind of begin with is looking at sort of, you know, like sketches, for example, from other people, like this one. You know, just kind of thumbnail sketches. The problem is, you know, these kind of are always, these are kind of called splash art sketches, which means that they're meant to show one character very, very prominently, and then maybe some environment around it, maybe some enemies, but the enemies are very secondary. They don't, nobody is supposed to care about the enemies. They're more, you know, the grunts basically. All that's really mattering here is to show the character in the coolest way possible. The problem is that I of course have 2 characters that I wanna kind of combine in one splash art basically. So it's a bit harder to find ones that I could use as reference, since, you know, yeah, these ones might fit a bit better, but yeah, since, you know, not only one is supposed to be in focus, but 2, but I think it's fine. I think also something that was just why this one was just the hardest to do was because it's because him holding the sword in this way makes it really hard to find a pose that is actually like possible for him to do without breaking his wrist, because like if you hold it like, you know, where the sword is on the back of your hand, I guess it makes it much harder to like do anything, because if you want to block the front of your body, I guess you would have to do it like him, like holding it kind of like this so that it's, you know, right here, or you would have to do it like this so that it's going like in this direction. But all of these are kind of awkward. And I think what I want to do definitely is here change the way Deadpool at least uses his weapons. Maybe even use a gun or whatever, we'll see. Yeah, so he's not going to hold the sword this time in the same way. So it should maybe hopefully be a bit easier to find something, but I don't want to promise anything. Yeah, so these ones are actually, I guess, like 1v1 shots, but most of these, actually this one's also kind of, I guess these ones are like co-op shots. But most of these are more, yeah, focused on one person. Like this one, of course, you know, one person in the middle, one person there, one person there. So these are more the typical splash art shots. Sometimes you don't even have other people. Sometimes you only have like, you know, visual effects or like, you know, environments, like this one, for example. So this kind of step is a bit harder to find any references for. But maybe what we can do is just take those one like single character, I guess, splash arts, maybe only for the, I guess, for the pose, and then we can add the second person kind of in that, like add the second person to that pose somehow. That might be a way to do it. So yeah, so I think first I want to just find some more sword references that could work here, like fighting sword references. Like this isn't really a fighting sword reference, so I don't want to, you know, they're clashing together in the fight, mid-fight, and that's what I want to recreate. So this, it wasn't really work that well, but I think at least for that kind of, we can find something that works. Like, what was it that I just had? This one is of course a bit more separated, so it's not really that useful here, but at least it's it has two people. Welcome Sammer. Welcome Somi-su. Welcome Rudolph. Yes. Let's see. I also of course always have my references here, where I already saved some stuff, like, you know, these things. But of course he's not really using his guns at the moment. What are these guns? They look so weird. Why are they blue? But they look like water guns. He's also not using his knife, so maybe these two only really work. I thought about having a mid-air shot as well. The thing is, I don't know if you can really, I guess, like separate mid-air and the normal shots, since if you look at the first, you know, once again, this could also just be mid-air, you just don't know. But yeah, we'll think about it, okay? I haven't really looked through it fully yet, so we can do that together now. So this one was the first one that jumped out at me, since it's actually like fighting poses. Oftentimes splash arts just have like a excuse me, like a person just chilling somewhere, but this one's actually fighting, which is good. Something I want to look at real quick is from League of Legends Master Yi. He has one sword, and he might be pretty useful for references, because, you know, something like this could maybe even work. This is of course once again just a person chilling. So I'm trying to find something, yeah, like this, something more in the fight, like this. Of course they're kind of supposed to clash their weapons together in my shots, so I can't really just use one where they just in that moment jump, because that's really like the collision moment. But at least maybe we can find some cool poses that he could take. Like this one, for example, that's pretty cool. Having one like up here while Wolverine is slamming down. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let me lower the volume a bit. Okay. Shifali, thank you. Is this gonna have voice acting? Nope. That is gonna be really hard to figure out if I wanted to do that. Has anyone said that you look like Andrew Garfield from Amazing Spider-Man? Yes. I think it's the only person that I've ever heard. Well, the most frequent one, let's say. When I used to upload on TikTok, that was pretty frequent. But I heard it on stream as well. Okay. I feel like this is the only one that I see right now that could work here. But let me go through these ones again. I want to see if I could find some, let's see. What if you look for sword dual poses. Where do you get your background music? It is Epidemic Sound. So that's what I use for my music. I mean, for my videos. And, you know, I can just go into the library, just say, hey, I want to listen to some dreamy beats. And then I get a list of whatever many. And I just hit play and just let it play. Okay. The thing is, I want to show both pretty prominently, or at least make it, you know, pretty obvious that both are in the shot. So something like this, for example, where people both look at each other kind of close, could work pretty well. And the other thing that I want to make sure is that they actually don't hit each other, they just deflect each other, or block, I guess, because they're, you know, they're quite fast shots. So if there was a moment where one gets the upper hand, you would want to make it a bit more, you know, a bit more prominent, make it very clear that one person currently, you know, is winning, which of course isn't the case for these shots. So I want to, you know, make sure that both are sort of equally weighted, I guess. I love how I put in sword dual pose. I guess it could still be one person in the shot, just preparing for a sword duel. But you would expect if you type in sword duel, you would find more, you know, 1v1 shots, but probably not. How was your weekend? Pretty good. Welcome, Piesh. Was pretty rainy, which is good since it got colder. Last few weeks, everything was very, very warm. So it's nice to for it to finally cool down a bit. We actually wanted to go. Me and some mates wanted to go swimming, but then it rained, so we changed our minds mid-drive there and went mini golf, which was also pretty nice. It was a bit, the only problem was, since it was so warm before, it was like an indoor mini golf, since it was still raining while we were, you know, while we were doing it throughout the whole day, basically. So we went to an indoor mini golf place. The problem is they didn't have any air conditioning, so it was like super damp and warm in there. So after like one round, we played 2 rounds. After one round, you were just so tired, just because it was so warm and yeah, just damp in there. You couldn't really stay awake for much longer, I guess. So after we were done, we were definitely pretty tired, or at least, you know, fatigued. You know, after we went out, the air was much clearer, and you know, it was better afterwards. But in that hall, I guess, it was pretty bad. Okay, so these are kind of the shots, of course, that I mean for these shots. These more dynamic shots that kind of combine what we have here, you know, one person super dynamically, or like this, right? Where we have one person like this, but basically with 2 people. That's what I kind of had in mind. It can be pretty hard to already do this for 1 character, but now for 2, it makes it about, you know, much harder, but I think we can do it. I think we can indeed do it. I love how this one, wait, is that even, yeah, this one doesn't even have a sword on. He doesn't even have a sword on. But yeah, it was not too bad. Hope you all had a good weekend. Nothing bad happened. Hope everything good happened, let's say that. Everything you hoped it would be. I think so. I have one that looks quite neutral, like this one, right? So I think I want to have two more, or like one more where one attacks and then one where the other person attacks. I think that would be nice, so that both are kind of equally, you know, attacking. This one, I guess you could say he attacks, but it's a bit more ominous since he could also be attacking here. So it's like kind of like they're both deflecting through attacking. But I think, yeah, I want to have one more shot for each, where each one of them attacks. This one is also not too bad. The thing is, of course, here, if you wanted to recreate the shot one-to-one, you wouldn't really see that this is Wolverine. I guess kind of sort of, but I want to make it a bit clearer. Like this, for example, is better. The thing is, you don't work with two of the same weapons, so that also makes it a bit harder, since you can't really just create a sword fight or look for sword fight references. One has claws and one has swords and guns, which makes that a bit more unique, I guess. But it's fine. We'll figure it out. These ones are always cool. These kind of sketchy fight shots, since they oftentimes have quite a few. Oftentimes have very what would you call it? Very dynamic poses and shots, and they can, you know, give you some cool ideas on how you could pose the camera, for example. This one's also pretty cool, but I want to make it a, you know, it has to be a collision. It can't just be like this, where it's like an in-between collision. That is not useful here right now. Like this one's also super dynamic. Of course, you know, fist fight isn't really the case here, but still. Okay. I think I want to try this first. Let's try something like this first, and then see, you know, where we go from there. Maybe this works, maybe not. I guess we'll just have to figure it out. I guess this feels more like, yeah, let's just try it and see how it works, rather than finding the perfect reference. So let's just do that. Welcome, Pyramid. Shot by Wolverine goes for a double strike, and Deadpool blocks it with one hand on his sword, and the other on the blade of the sword would be cool. Yeah, so something I don't want to do is have him hold two swords. Actually, maybe. I don't. So the thing is, after this, the shot is gonna be them separating and then looking at each other and noticing that both are, you know, hurt, I guess, with Wolverine having gunshot wounds, and then Deadpool has lost his one of his hands. So I don't want to. It would. I don't know if I want to make Deadpool switch his weapons too much. So maybe what I want to do is have him hold one sword for the whole fight. Or, you know, have one sword out. Well, then maybe the third shot could be like a sneaky gun also being out. So to kind of hint at that he actually pulled his gun out too. I think, and if I think make it so that he has different weapons for each shot, it might be a bit too confusing. Since the shots are like 1 second long, you know, being able to identify them, I think would be easier if you if you keep the weapons pretty similar. Maybe just, you know, the hand position on them, or like the grip could be different. I don't want to do this again. This reverse grip, it's really hard to find a good pose for that. Welcome, Tyrannus. Hope you have a good day. Wait. Tyrannus, you're James, right? If I'm not mistaken, so I'll just call you James instead of Tyrannus, if that's okay. And if I'm right, I think I am. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just about trying now. It was tiring, had a photo shoot, and the temperature didn't make it as... Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Trying to stay still with the camera while it's warm, I can see how that's bad. Or even just like changing poses every time, or, you know, depending on how you want to do the shoot. It's like a stationary camera, probably still a lot of setup and stuff. Yeah. You can substitute Wolverine's cloth with twin Psy. Let's see. Oh, those things? Yeah. Yeah. I think we'll figure it out. I guess I think it's more about, like, I think last time, yesterday, I just played around with a bit, looking through some multiple poses, and I found something that could work pretty well. So I guess it's just the same here. You should make Deadpool doing a pose with the swords after they clash. Yeah, that's gonna be after the two fight. One more clash shots, I guess. One sword, one hand on the sword. One hand Pam on the back of the blade of... Oh yeah. Yeah, I tried that too before for the previous shot. Maybe it works better here, but we'll see. Takes longer. Oh, which do you think is faster? 2D animation or 3D? I guess it depends on the style. Total, probably 3D. It's 2D. Actually, I think 3D you have more preparation you need to do, and 2D you have more refinement you need to do. Of course, that also once again depends on the style. When you go like Pixar versus Ghibli, for example, in Ghibli, of course, you need to, you know, you can create the scenes as sketches pretty fast, comparatively fast, but then you still have the problem of course, of creating the final look and drawing, you know, the characters and stuff fully refined, which can take a much longer. If you're talking about 3D, of course, Pixar, for example, you would, before you can animate anything, you have to create the characters first, design them and stuff. And that is, of course, takes a long time. But then once you have the characters, it's much easier to create the scenes since the lighting solves itself, sort of. Or like, you don't have to think about it as much. There's still work, of course, behind lighting and stuff, but of course it's a bit different. And I would say faster than 2D. So depending on like what your style prioritizes, either could be faster. If you have a more sketchy, rough style for your animation, for example, in 2D, that would probably be faster than 3D sketchy animation, since you would still have to create the characters first. Yeah, so I think the style is the most important part in that calculation. Was later working on a Udemy course and it crashed. Oh, wait. Wait, the site crashed? Or you mean Blender crashed? I mean, you probably mean Blender crashing. Rest in peace. Maybe you can salvage this with with autosave. Maybe. Usually that works. How do I... Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, autosave has saved me a lot. So maybe you can save your project too. Even if you haven't ever saved, it saves it, which is cool. The side... Oh, well, well, that's a bit different. Does it have, like, does it save where you watched it last? If not, then maybe that's a bit more annoying. Oh. Oh, maintenance, okay. Welcome, Zach. Hope you have a good day. Welcome to room. No magic in here, please. Okay, we wanna focus on other stuff. Okay, so let's figure something out. Okay, it's time to experiment. This is gonna be probably a bit weird and a bit fiddly, but I think we can figure something out. Okay, let's try this the first pose that I had in mind, which is like this. Maybe Wolverine could be jumping and hitting from up top somehow, and Deadpool was blocking it like this. I want to try that first. So what we need first is, oh, him grabbing the same sword with 2 hands. Okay, so let's see, where's my, there it is, controller monkey. Oh, I also want to, nope, I'll do that later. You want to grab a sword, I guess it doesn't really matter which one. Oh, he pulled out his right sword, so this one. Boom, and boom. Okay, that should work. Zip through his body, because he can. There you go. Okay, this is gonna be weird. Hold on, let me actually move this. Ah, it's fine. Okay. I think what I want to try is a shot where the camera's up top, so Wolverine, or maybe below actually. Either up top or below. Because I think, actually a side shot could work too. We'll see, we'll see. First we need some poses we can play with, okay? Let's create that first. How would you stand if you were... Let's check this shot again. Let me check real quick. Boom. He's just jumping, I guess, which is kind of weird. But okay, let's see. I think what he would do is kind of like squat down. Let me do... Wolverine would be... Okay, that's actually good. Place it kind of like this. Okay. And then make him squat down. Zip. Yes. Okay. Oops. I think it's impossible to say which is faster unless you're animating the same thing. Yeah. 5-second bouncy ball, a 3 animator can do it much faster because the model is simple but characters need prep. Yeah. Yeah. When it comes to drawing or like creating images, it might be a bit easier to say. I would probably say drawing or, you know, 2D is generally faster in that regard than 3D. Actually, yeah, it's kind of a, the more I think about it, the harder it gets to answer the question. Since you can also just use a lot of photoscan image stuff and then just put a light in there and then you can be done in like 10 minutes and have something pretty good looking. Or you could create, you know, and then the other side would be drawing it, which of course drawing like an environment can take a long time. Is it, you know, definitely longer than 10 minutes. But then on the other side you have characters, which of course, you know, are probably faster for 2D than 3D. So it's all about perspective. Okay, kind of like this. I think I want to do it. Towards maybe this. We'll see. Looks kind of weird right now, obviously, but we're just getting started. Trick question. Yeah, maybe it is. Okay. Also, this looks boring. Something also important for poses to make them look more dynamic is to just change to make them asymmetrical. Asymmetric poses usually asymmetrical pose, no, not asymmetric. Asymmetric pose is usually a bit more dynamic, a bit more, you know, since the weight is a bit shifted, it looks less, I guess, like static or mathematical, whatever you want to call it. More fluid, since usually you don't move symmetrically. So doing this here, I think would be a good idea too. What we could do, for example, is move his body over to here a bit. Ooh, look at this. Look at the stance moves. And then move this, like, for example, forward. Maybe all the way. Like this. So that he, yeah, has like this side squat going. I think that could work pretty well. And then his upper body could, for example, be rotated to the side. How would it be? Yeah, like this. to block the shot from above. Also, is that the right hand position? I'm kind of trying to think right now. Probably, but we can move the hands a bit further forward. Zip. Okay. And this one... Oh, I thought I locked the axis. Whatever. This one's fine. I think if you want to hold the sword with both hands, you probably want to cover the whole, like with one hand you want to grip the front of the handle, and then with one the back, so you have the most, you can apply the most strength to it. I would think, maybe not. Oh, the shot I'm working on. Well, since I have the characters already, probably 3D. Like, to create this in 2D would probably take longer than doing it in 3D, since it's I already have the characters. If I also had to create the characters, then of course, then I would say 2D. But if I already have the characters, then probably 3D. The characters make a big difference here. Okay, dude, having two arms on the sword is also not that easy to imagine. Okay, that makes more sense. So you would actually move the upper body to this side so that he can look in this direction. Yes, that looks better. Okay. Look at this. Boom. Already looks much better. Okay. And then we can move the elbow a bit to here. And maybe we can also bring it a bit closer. So like here, to bring this elbow down a bit. Or maybe even keep it up. We'll see. Welcome, Mojojo. Go. Welcome. Hope you have a good day. Welcome, Whale. Okay. Yeah, I think that's better. What we could also do is do it maybe instead of above his body, do it kind of like this, which makes it maybe a bit weird to block behind him. Kind of like this, right? Ooh, don't hit me behind from behind. I think it's better to use this pose for up top. Of course, his arms aren't perfect yet, but we'll get there slowly. Maybe it's also better to do it this way rather than this, because that just extends his arms more. Yeah, now it's just about kind of figuring out what can work. I think also maybe the pose isn't 100% done yet. I probably want to rotate this a bit, like this. Yes, that makes it better. Good. Okay. Let's take that first. I'm trying to go through it with my camera and see if I can find some good poses already. I think we can find something good here. Let's do Wolverine now. Boom. First of all, I want to go in here real quick. Tell Suzanne that she needs to be on 3. There you go. Okay, so let's see what we can do with them. Yeah, I think what would work here, since he is, well, first of all, he's smaller than him quite a bit. I think I want to make him actually jump and then block. The thing is, he would, so I thought about, Wolverine actually stabbing with his claws. The thing is, creating a blocking a stab with the sword in like one shot looks just weird. So, if you think like, if you have like the, if you have like a knife and then you have another knife blocking it with a flat part of the knife, it's kind of weird. You would probably rather deflect it, but showing that in a shot is kind of hard. I guess I did it here, where he deflects it, but it's still a bit weird. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay, we'll figure it out. First of all, okay, 90. Oops, how was that 90? Oh, right, I know why. There you go. Okay. Never animated in Blender before. What's this for? For for a project that I'm working on. A Deadpool animation, I guess. I guess anime is already means animation, so a Deadpool anime. There you go. Second part of my video on YouTube. First one was creating the characters and figuring out the style. This one is actually creating the animation. Yep, I think I realized that recently as well. I kind of forgot to add pants to Wolverine, so his suit, you know, like Deadpool has, so his suit is just skin tight in all areas of his body. But I guess that's just, let's call that an Easter egg, okay? Okay. So he would probably, how would he attack? How would you attack with claws from up top? I guess it would do it this way. That could work. Like kind of, I can't really show it to you because my webcam isn't really that big. I think. Oh, well, let me show you what I have in mind. So what if we rotate this? Boom. Okay. Okay. Boom. Maybe let's move them over. Something I'd like to do is just place the claw where it probably roughly is going to be, and then place the body around that. Since those, like the most important part here is the contact point, making sure that that looks good. And then we can, you know, build everything around that, rather than building the pose first and then just placing the hand somewhere. So you probably want to rotate it up a bit, like this. And then, let's see, we probably want to lift him a bit. Oops. Boom. Okay. If he slams down like this, his arm would probably be extended. That looks good. And I want his face to look... I want them to look at each other. Probably. I probably want to do something like this. He looks up. And then it could be something maybe like this shot where you can see both faces. This could work pretty well. If we now go in here and use his, like this, right? There you go. This could work. Kind of something like this, maybe. We'll see. We'll see if his pose could work in this way. Oh, I also haven't, whatever. I'll figure it out later. This is just a pose sketch for now, okay? So it doesn't have to look perfect. Welcome, Arius. Thank you. Welcome, Picard Expert. Is there a tutorial for the anime shader in Blender 4.2? You mean what the one I'm using? I think the closest you'll get to is basically just a like if you're talking about the one I use, right? It's basically just a combination of the basic toon shader, how you set it up, plus using an image texture to create a mask for, you know, the different parts, the different colors on the body of the suits, I guess, and then also using the toon shader, and then one aspect of the toon shader by Lightning Boy Studios, where they use where they separate the light colors into RGB, so they can use each of the channels for different things like rim light, basic shading, and I think he uses the other one for something else. I only use the rim light and basic shading, you know, to create the look that I'm going for. Okay. I just got a different idea, but I'll follow this one for now, okay? Okay. I think this needs to be even higher. Boom. Okay. I don't know if you would extend it fully. It looks kind of weird like this. But if you were to claw... Dude, claws is such a weird weapon. How came up with claws, okay? It's such a weird weapon to use. I guess you could use them like fists, you know, by stabbing. But it's still weird. Because if you were to go, you know, upwards, this motion is just weird. But let's see if we can do something with it. Maybe. Let's see. Would probably want to do this. Let's try something like this. Oops. Like swords are easy to imagine. Claws? What are those? Why? Why? Claws are just weird to work with. Like, you can't really do much with them. You can either just punch normally, but then also stab at the same time, or you can swipe, which is kind of like a sword, but in a different way. Okay, let me... No, actually, no, it's fine. I think what I want to do here is actually make the... I think what helps for these poses is to make them really, really expressive, really, really dynamic. So I really want to rotate this quite heavily. Maybe even go here. This looks just like he's... It looks like he's petting the sword. That's really what I'm going for. It's such a weird pose. Let me look up, hold on, there's another character from League of Legends that could work pretty well. Splash art. Because he also has claws. Slightly different, but still. Huh, well, all of these just avoid having him attack with the claws. All of these just either use his sword, I guess, or his dagger, or nothing. But hold on. Oh, this one. Well, this one's something I just thought of would be, instead of an upwards attack, a downward, like coming from below. That could also be good. But I think I want to, hold on, let me try a bit more with this. I feel like there's something here, I just haven't really put it into, haven't really made it a reality yet. Maybe that they shouldn't be like diagonally, like right next to each other, horizontally next to each other. Maybe they need to be a bit further over, like this. Ooh, look at this. Maybe this works a bit better. No, yeah, yeah. I bet you would make some good money making tutorials for Udemy. Maybe. Oops. I'm still considering whether he should be up top or not. I think it must be. Also, maybe his other side might be better, rather than using the right side arm, using the left side arm. I'm still imagining how you would slice it. He does this. Let's try the other side. I feel like the other side would be better. It would also show his body a bit better rather than his back. Let's try it. Oops. Like this. Okay. Right now, maybe it also looks weird because his fingers are extended. So it just looks like he wants to touch it. Let me touch it. Let me touch the sword. But let's see. Yeah, I think I just I think it's just tripping me up that they are just basic straight fingers, because that isn't really possible for him, right? He needs to create a fist to actually pull out his claws. Making a fist here would probably only make sense. Same with Wolverine's, I mean Deadpool's hands holding the sword, but there it's not that bad. Let me enable this so I can do it on both, okay. I need this. Boom. Okay, something like this, maybe. Look at this one, it looks much better already. Looks like he's actually trying to fight. It's very tricky. It's very tricky choreographing a fight scene between a person with 2 weapons and a person with 1. Because Wolverine could, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of similar to the Star Wars fights where the like General Grievous with 4 swords versus Obi-Wan with a 1. Trying to choreograph something there is weird. And they, you know, to make it fair, they just have to make the person with more swords just dumb, so that it works. Like, you know, using the swords to create like a weird, what's it called, like a propeller attack. Like, why not just use all swords and go from 4 directions and stab him from all 4 directions? No, they just do some random moves where they only use 1 sword at a time. Oops. Oh, maybe both. Hold on. Oh, look at this gangster move. Let's try. I don't know. Two it seems weird, but maybe. We'll figure it out. Boom. I have an idea for 2. But 2 is kind of, yeah, let's see. Place it first and then cry about it later when it doesn't work. Always important in life. If you're thinking about doing something, don't cry about what could go wrong first. Do it first, and then you can have a reason to cry afterwards if it actually doesn't work out. Okay, this is weird. Let me extend this. It needs to be kind of the same length. Maybe he does like both hands, which would be really like a bad move, but maybe he is that bad. Wait, where's there it is. According to the Marvel wiki, Deadpool beats Wolverine in all aspects except for, I think it was like strength or something, or like fighting capability. So he should theoretically win this one, or every fight between them, but okay, this looks weird. Let me do this, because he needs to extend. The thing is, I kind of want to keep them pretty close together as well, since that makes it easy to put them in one frame. If they're like very far apart, it's hard to, yeah, put them both in the same frame. Superman punch overhand punch from MMA. Yeah, you mean like this frontal when you're jumping? Yeah. I think, yeah, we'll just try a few things and then see what could work. I feel like this is weird. Maybe I need to sketch it out for, hold on, I have one in mind. I want to sketch it out real quick just to see it in my mind, get it out of my mind, and then see if that could actually work. It's kind of like, you know, we have the sword dude here, right? Like this. Zip. Okay. With his hand up. Kind of like this, I guess. Blocking. And then you have the other person, which would be, oh, well, kind of up here maybe. Okay, like this. Slamming onto the sword. Maybe this kind of pose. You're kind of doing this. You probably just saw nothing because it's such small. Just focus on my face. Okay, I want to try this. Okay, this looks. I have this in my mind the whole time, but I just couldn't fully do it. Let's try that. Awesome work on your side. Thank you. More like you throw over your head towards your opposite knee in full extension. Let's try. I want to try what I just drew. If only I could remember it. I think I can. I'm not that old, okay? Let's see. So this should, let's go back once again to this. Oops. To the previous pose of him doing this. Okay. But this time we rotate him upwards. Oops, that's wrong. Let's just go here. Like this, coming from up top. Okay. And then we would have this one back. Waka waka waka. Okay. Oops. If you have the rig, you also have to use it, okay? You have to play around with it. You spend so much time creating it. I'm justified in making silly poses. Okay. Oh, you have something in your eye. Okay. Looks like he's trying to flex for the women that are watching. Okay, but that's a good starting position. And then we go a bit higher. Okay. I think he just needs to, his arm just needs to be extended, otherwise it looks weird. Like this. That looks like much more strength is being put into it. Okay. Like this. And then his other arm can probably be a bit more extreme too. Like this. With his elbow. Kind of like this maybe. We'll see. Okay. Could that be a good pose? Let's place his head. Okay. So yeah, hold on, let me check out Superman Punch. Yeah, something like this. The thing is, blocking punching for Wolverine is stabbing basically. Blocking a stab with a sword is weird. So I'm trying to avoid it a bit, but maybe it's unavoidable. We'll see. Let's do this first. So what's this leg? Okay. Maybe something like this. Let's see. Boom. Huh. Oh, this could be cool, like this. But then the hand would be a bit further over here. But then Wolverine would be... would look a bit further to the right. Like this. I wonder if the other side would look better here. Hmm. You need to see it to understand the motion of a Superman punch. It's actually a tight movement. Yeah, I've seen it before, okay? I've watched an MMA fight before. But it's still a stab. And if Deadpool, well, I guess he could block it, but then we come to the same thing. Like if he was supposed to block the stab, right? It would be deflecting, which would lead us to the same thing. If you would block it, if you were to block it, it would be kind of like this, and that's weird. If you wanted to block the stab like this by just having the flat part of a sword blocker, that's just weird. So we always come back to this. Maybe you're talking about the pose for the body, which can probably be better, but I feel like this could be pretty cool. I just need to figure out now. Let me place Wolverine, and then we can. I think I have a better guardrails for how the composition could look. Since all that really matters, once again, like in all the shots, all that really matters is the screen space. The good old screen space. So as long as it looks good for the camera, it looks good. Doesn't matter what it looks like outside the camera. All that matters is the camera, or what the camera sees. So if it looks good here, like this, for example, then that's fine. And I feel like this doesn't look too bad already, but it can definitely look better. And the good thing is, once you have the guardrails and you have the frame that the camera sees, you can also optimize both of their characters for that perspective. So I think I want to at this point place the camera. I think I actually need to place it here like this, so that we can see his face, but it's not fully done anyway, so we can still play around a lot. Let me try something here for the sword. What if we place the sword a bit more into the back like this? Okay. This kind of takes up the upper half, and then Wolverine can maybe... Or maybe the other way, let's see, hold on. Like this. Okay. And Wolverine could be... Could be looking like this. Oops. That's... a parry, yeah. Why Deadpool not holding the sword? He is. He's just not gripping onto it right now. From above, it looks like Wolverine is slashing down. Oh, I guess so. Since you can't see the ground, really. Yeah, I don't want him to go through that claw, since it would, you know, definitely slice through his hand. And I don't want the fight to have a conclusion yet, or like have a you know, I want it to be equal, so both are basically just clashing together without a clear winner. Maybe this time it's actually better to go with this perspective. It might be better to use the other side, because then we can go pull this back Okay. Let me work this out. Oops. Okay, he's blocking the view, but that's fine. Hold on, I had something. I can figure this out, okay? Hold on. Oh, right. This needs to go back. Okay. Yes, look at this. And then maybe we go all the way. Boom. Oops. Let me grab the other hand. Wait. Oh, this way. Okay. But then... Okay, and then bring him a bit closer if I can. Where's the shoulder? There it is. Nope, that's the shoulder. Okay. Since that kind of shows more of his body and maybe works a bit better. What if he's actually rotated backwards? Hold on. Oh, I have an idea. Hold on. What if he's just absolutely distorted? Well, that's fine. Okay. Then he thrusts and rubs out Wolverine's ass and eats it. Oh, you mean his hold on, let me check. You mean his blades have a little, like a, yeah, pommel you call it? That's probably the right word. The, like, to block other people going through the claws. I looked through these and it's not, do you have like the end, you know, the slots, I guess, where they come out of? In the references that I've seen, I haven't really seen something like that. I guess he doesn't really need it since he just, you know, he just heals through any damage. So he doesn't really care if his, you know, his hands get sliced open. But yeah, in the references that I have here, I can't really see like pommels. Maybe some like plating here just to block it a bit. Here like this, right? But nothing specifically meant to block, you know, a blade or whatever going through the hands. I was meaning to take the live animation course in Blender. Is it any good, or do you have any recommendations? I have not done it myself, so I can't really tell you if it's good, but Pierre is he's a really good animator from what I've seen from his YouTube videos. So I would say if I were to take an animation course, it would probably be that one. So yeah, maybe that helps you. I've never, you know, done it myself, so I can't really give you a testimony, but that's what I would say. Let me watch this one and check this one again. What if we do this? That's weird. That's even weirder. Focusing on sculpting faces now and I have no drawing skills. Well, you don't need drawing skills to sculpt faces, but it helps, I guess. I think it's good. Actually, it might be better to actually start with drawing tutorials on faces, since the basics, I think, are easier explained in 2D drawing tutorials for faces than 3D. And you also have to care less about the shape and only really care about the proportions. So maybe it might even be good to practice drawing faces first rather than sculpting them, but that might be another trick question, just like which one's faster, 2D or 3D. So I will not give you a concrete answer. Yeah. This looks so weird, but it's not really that visible, so it's fine. I don't know. This pose is weird. His once again, I come back to claws as weapons are weird. I'm looking through references that I have here to find like how Wolverine would attack with them. But he doesn't really. He doesn't attack. Maybe maybe this isn't the right pose. Hold on, dude. Maybe Deadpool is the problem. Oh hell yeah, what is he doing? Okay. Oh, this. The origami pose. The forbidden method. Technique. What if he does this? Hold on. Maybe this grip leads to better poses. Oh, this is kind of cool. As I said, creating a pose here. No, that just brings us back to the previous one. It can be complex, okay? Bear with me, I'll figure it out. I feel like this works for him, but then Wolverine is just like floundering around. There has to be something here. There has to be. Imagine you had to pee in that suit. Maybe they have a little zipper in the front. Can you do a Dragon Ball Goku modeling video? Maybe at some point. Maybe I'll do a Dragon Ball video at some point. Is there a different perspective you could take here? Maybe this? Maybe this? Ooh, hold on. What about this? Hold on. This might be something juicy. May have found a different perspective. Let me place the camera there. Let me create a new camera so I can have multiple perspectives. Okay, this one. We're getting there, okay? This is basically the same process that I went through yesterday. Just struggling until, oh my god, this actually works. And then going with that. It's about fiddling around and seeing what can work. Which can take a bit, you know, which sometimes takes longer, sometimes not. With these more dynamic shots, I think it, you know, generally takes a bit longer. Unfortunately. Would you like to make an animation on what if Marvel had to fight with DC? Yeah, I mean, this kind of concept of, you know, creating a, I guess it wouldn't really be in that concept, but, you know, I might do more animations. Well, I'd definitely do more animations. Of course, I don't really have any specific ideas at the moment, but, you know, nothing is out of question. This makes it a bit harder to see Wolverine though, since the thing is, if we make the shot very horizontal to them, right, like parallel to them, they need to be pretty close together to see them both, or they would just be smaller in the frame, which makes it a bit harder. If you place, for example, something like this, you'd immediately see both of them in the shot, and it's much easier to place them both in the shot. Or like this, for example, right? Ooh, hold on. This looks pretty cool. And then you can also see the ground, although I don't know if I want to show the ground. But that might be cool. Let's try this. Hold on. Something cool also you can do is... yeah, this can actually work. Hold on. Like this, right? And then you can press View, Align View, Align Active Camera to View. Bam. And then the camera is in where the view was. Like this. There you go. And then you don't have to move the camera there manually. And then maybe it could be like this. Or maybe the other way around. When did you start doing 3D stuff? 2019, February. That's when I started doing Blender. I've never done any 3D stuff before, so there you go. That's when I started 3D. I started by creating, well, the first project I set for myself was an apartment looking at a cool skyline with a cactus on a shelf. Wasn't the best, you know, product, but afterwards I actually tried to recreate I actually started with interior modeling for some reason, and I created a kitchen, a modern kitchen. Looked pretty cool. Nothing too crazy, but it's nice to learn. I think, like, you know, creating like interior, for example, I think it's good to learn the basic modeling techniques, since it's so, there are so many different techniques that you use in it, like beveling or like extruding, of course, or also the general workflow, of course, is pretty much in there. Maybe even some sculpting or like subdivision modeling for vases and stuff. There's a lot that you generally use that you kind of learn through interior modeling, for example. As a complete beginner, where did you start learning animation? I started learning animation through 2D animation. And watching videos about it. I think the most I learned about animation was just because I was curious and just watched people animate. I watched, for example, Jazza on YouTube, how he animated like flash animations, and then him explaining how he does it. Or I animated, well, the first animations I did was like Lego stop motion animations with my old phone. So there, I guess I learned the most basic things of how, you know, how an animation is made. You know, make an image, move the thing, make an image again, and then the thing has moved and it is animated. And then I went from there, you know, and learned more and more through YouTube videos or yeah, generally stuff like that. I think I actually forgot about, at some point I also learned, I went into After Effects and kind of tried to learn that a bit, but I haven't really done that for long. I think I switched to Photoshop afterwards because it was more, well, easier to learn. And I also wanted to do 2D, like digital painting. So I stuck with Photoshop more than After Effects. But then at some point, when I started working as a graphic designer, in the ad agency that I learned about, well, somebody asked, hey, a client wants to have this video, or like just this video being cut together. Can somebody do that? We had a person that did that generally, but they were busy, so I said, hey, I did some video editing before, I can do this. And then it's the more I did that more and more, and then at some point I was the video guy at work. And I basically did most of the animated stuff. So that's where I got some animation knowledge from, and then... But I think most of it I learned just through observation and watching videos. Summer of 18, nice. Currently modeling Deadpool, nice. Right away from 2D animation. I feel like 2D animation is easier to learn the basics, since it's easier to create like a very, very basic thing. Like, you know, drawing is much more intuitive than moving something in 3D space in a 3D program. So, you know, if you wanted to learn the most basic things, it's probably easier to just draw like a bouncing ball rather than, you know, learning about modeling and then learning about how to squish the ball and how to move it up and down and stuff. What if I mirror this pose? I feel like that would be cooler. What if it's on the other side? Hold on. I feel like this is cooler. Well, I need to mirror the pose now. But I feel like it's gonna be better. Let's see. Wait, wrong. There you go. Yeah. A lot of things that I started doing in 3D, I think I just kind of learned through, I guess, like creative curiosity. Like, oh, how do you, or like learning something in 2D, for example, and then just applying it in 3D afterwards. Rather than actually learning it in 3D. Most of the anatomy knowledge, for example, or a lot of it, like a good base foundation, I already knew from drawing. So it was easier for me, of course, to, you know, start sculpting characters, especially faces. Compared to if I were to start from scratch there. Or animation, for example, kind of the same. Same with just general, like, you know, from, you know, doing like digital painting, for example, learning like color theory, or just generally, what would you call it? Composition, for example. Oops. Usually most of the things that you do that are kind of in the same field, especially like, you know, creative, they all kind of build on top of each other. That's also why it was probably easier for me to get into like Unreal Engine, because I already knew, you know, a 3D program. I feel like we're getting closer and closer. When we learned animation at school, our teacher said that we should learn 3D softwares to learn animation and anatomy better. Okay, weird. Maybe they're 3D artists, so they want you to experience what they know, or, you know, why they like it. We actually had a Photoshop class in school when I already learned Photoshop. So it must have been, oh wow, I've been using Photoshop for a long time. Hold on. We had Photoshop class before the 10th grade. So it must have been, I think in 10th grade you're 16 if you don't fail class. So, or fail a year. I think so, yeah, must be 16. So I must have been using Photoshop for at least since I was 15. think, I don't even remember what we were supposed to do. Yeah, do some sort of photo collage, I think, or like some photo manipulation. I think I did something with the Mona Lisa, put it somewhere and then combined it with other stuff. I don't remember. But it was fun. One of the few classes that I actually paid attention because the topic was actually fun. The hardest school for me was always hard, not because I couldn't learn, but because I just can't bring myself to be excited for topics that I just don't care about. And that was most topics. So I just did not care about most of them. And I just sat there being totally bored drawing in my sketchbook rather than learning in class. Usually what happens is the first half of a year I chilled and just did whatever. And then the second half I realized, oh damn. And then I checked. So basically the first half I didn't really do much when it comes to like verbal participation. But then once I gotten the first half, the grades from my first half, like the test grades, right? Then I knew if I had whether I had to do more verbal participation or not. That's kind of dictated how much I participated verbally or not. So oftentimes I had like classes where I was, you know, doing pretty badly for the classes or like for the tests. So I just was a beast verbally, because usually, you know, preparing for a class is pretty easy, and then participating in it that way, or even just asking questions, right? You can even just ask questions, and that usually is enough to give you a better grade, right? Because you kind of just show that you're interested in it, even though you might just ask some really normal stuff. Or like some easy stuff. As long as you show that you're participating, usually, you know, teachers give you a better grade. Except for one teacher that I had, where we had biology with them. That was actually in 11th or 12th grade. And we had basically 2 rows of class tables. Or like 2 islands, or 2 rows, 2 arrays, let's call it, okay? I was in the right frontmost table. And then there was 3 girls on the left front row of tables, right in front of the teacher's you know, table, whatever, desk. And I actually did a count because I wanted to make sure. I actually counted how much I raised my hand and said something, right? Like said the correct answer, and then how much, you know, the girls over there did. And at some point, you know, it was kind of obvious before I did it, but I just wanted to make sure, right, that I'm not delusional. After counting, you know, I said like, hey, I'm you know, participating much more. I really I went ham in that class just to make sure that, you know, I'm not crazy. I went ham, right, in that class, and tried to be as participate as much as possible. And the teacher constantly gave the girls about a better grade, no matter what I did, okay? So it was basically like, take my grade, no, take the best grade I could get, okay? And then give the girls at least 1 better, okay? And that was always the case. So after I did that for half a year, with counting, just to make sure that I'm not crazy, right? I just said, screw it, and just went back to chilling a bit more, because I knew that, you know, why would I spend more time trying to get a better grade if it doesn't matter, if I can't get a better grade. Yeah, and then I just chilled again, because I just didn't care anymore. Okay, I feel like this is okay, but I feel like there's something that can be made better. Maybe this, making it a bit more condensed. This looks better. I think I can change Deadpool's pose too. When I do feel like this pose is much cooler, I feel like Deadpool blocking a strike from his left with the right ward block is a bit odd. Yeah. It's anime likes to make things, you know, more impressionistic than realistic. So doing cool poses is more important than realistic poses. I guess we could try the other way around just to see. The thing is then, of course, his hands are in front of his body, which makes it a bit weirder. Also, you would have to rotate his body. So I think this is fine. I just need to frame it a bit better. Because I would like to show him... I would like to see his hands in the shot. So maybe I can do that somehow. No, that doesn't work. Maybe I can also do it kind of like this. No, that's weird. That is weird. Okay, let's see if we can refine Deadpool now. Welcome, Morad. Hope you have a good day. What was your least favorite subject? Oh, probably all the everything that contained math. But I think the one that was the worst in was what would you call it in English? Like like everything chemical, right? What's that subject called again? Yeah. Let me hold on. A complete list of all computer class. I mean, there it is. Complete list of high school classes. Accounting? What? Business law? Are you trolling right now? Personal finance? I wish. Animation? Ah, obviously. English, consumer sciences, foreign language, Greek? Okay, I feel like I'm somewhere else here. Physics? It's not physics. It's what? Hold on. Physical education, yoga. Ah, science. There it is. Hold on. Chemistry. There you go. I just couldn't think of the word. Chemistry. Chemistry is I was the worst in. I think that was the only class where I ever got the lowest grade I could on the test. In high school, we were graded by, well, in the first 6 years, we were graded with grades 1 through 6, with 1 being the best, 6 being the worst. And I think that was the only one where I actually got a 6 on a test. Just, you know, all the molecules and stuff, remembering them, and then how you combine them in math and that. Basically like math with extra steps. And I already don't like math. So that was even worse. Also, fun fact, I actually did math as my focus subject. Because, you know, when you, in 11th and 12th grade, you had to choose a like focus. You could do language focus, you could do science focus, I think, or there was a third one that I don't remember. I did math, since I could do language, but language was horrible, since language is basically kind of like a gamble, because you would do like, you know, we would, you know, have a German class, and in there you would learn not, you know, the language, of course, because you can already speak it. What we would learn there is interpretation. Hey, cool. And then if you interpret it the wrong way, you know, how other people have, you know, if you interpret it you know, differently than what is intended, right? Because apparently there's one interpretation that's right. Maybe if they ask the artist or whatever, but still, you're wrong. And that felt more like a gamble than actually learning like math formulas, which there's no variation, right? There's only true or false. You either come to the same, you get to the same number, or you don't. That felt a bit, you know, that that at least felt like there's a consistency to it, and you could actually learn it, right? Rather than you know, hoping that you can interpret something the right way. And the thing is, you know, interpretation would be fine if what you would be graded on would be like how you reason, how you explain what your interpretation is. But no, that isn't what you're regraded on. It is whether you interpret it the right way. And that, yeah, that's why I would have never picked language. And another reason why I didn't pick it was because that would have meant that I had to stick with, I think I had to stick with language, or like with my third language, which would have been Spanish, and I was abysmal in there. You know, I couldn't speak any bit of Spanish, so I was quick to, yeah, the choice was fairly easy for me. Okay, I feel like his head is blocking the sword, which I don't like. So let me see if I can fix that. Welcome Nial. Welcome Morad. Which suit was your inspiration for this Wolverine suit? I see you went with the backhanded claws rather than knuckles. Wait, what? Those what? His claws always come out of it in between his knuckles. Or you mean the no. The backhand claws are the ones at the front of his hands. I have these references right here. And in all of them, I kind of wanted to, since it was inspired by the movie, the new one, this one was like one of the main inspirations, but I also wanted to, I guess, look at, you know, different designs and how they basically are similar. So this one, for example, I kind of chose the this one I kind of had as an inspiration, and then also like this one, for example, from the comics. And yeah, in all of them the claws are coming up from in between, I guess. Well, this one's, I guess, which is kind of weird. I guess these ones are on top of his finger bones. But at least in the movie they explained it where the claws are in his forearm, and then when he does this, right, they can go in between his knuckles out of the hand. So that kind of just makes the most sense to me, and it's kind of what I think most people have done here. It's kind of hard to see in this because it's so low res, but yeah, that's what I went with too. Art is, yeah, art is very subjective. In all the comics variations of Wolverine, his claws were typically extruded out of the back of his hands. Oh, okay. Really? I just remember seeing the trailer from one of the... I just watched some trailers from the old Wolverine movies. There I just see like the X-ray shot, right? I think that's the first Wolverine where he actually becomes Wolverine, where the claws are in his arm and then they extend, right? And go through out of his hands. So I kind of took that as the main reference, as like an anatomical explanation, I guess. Yeah. Let's see. Oops. Oh, I wanted to change his head. I feel like this is fine though. Let me do the details first, like the extra bits that I haven't done yet, like his hands, for example. Since they are indeed quite important, he's not going to hold the sword with only his thumb, basically. So let's do this first. Also in the Goo Studios presentation, they showed how they made this setup for the hands, where you have these bones that if you scale them, they curl the fingers. How they've made this system even better. They actually said that they used the Rigify system and then tried to make it so that you have even more control. So what they've done basically with this is they've separated the scale axes to give all the bones, or like to give even more controls to this. So right now, of course, if you were to just scale this, you can see it curls the fingers. And if you scale on Z-axis, it kind of does the same. All that this does is basically look at the scale value and then curl the fingers accordingly. What they've done is they separated the X, Y, and Z axis. So they can, for example, use the X scale value to only curl the front, like the first bone right in the finger. And then the Y axis, for example, for the second one. And then the Z-axis for the third one, to have even more control over the fingers. Which was pretty interesting to see. But, generally, that is more for like a whole pipeline. If you're, of course, creating a character for yourself, then that's not necessarily necessary. But, of course, if you have a character that you work with a lot, for example, making sure that it's really optimized and works well, and you can work with it fast, is probably a good idea. So for them, of course, if they use the characters multiple times, for example, or they have like a lot of shots, like a 5-minute animation, for example, makes more sense than for me, for example, where I create a project and then I never touch it again, which is usually the case. There it makes a bit less sense to go ham on the I guess rig efficiency. Okay, that's fine. The most obvious one is X-Men 1982 animated show, where you can see the claws releasing from the back of the hand. Okay, let's see. Wolverine 1992. Oops. Well, this one's... I guess so, yeah. Weird. I love how thin they are here. They look like little toothpicks. Yeah, I guess so. Weird. Yeah, I guess it's pretty similar. It's just slightly further back. There you go, like this, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is completely weird, since the claws can't really be curved as much, since they need to retract back into the arm and hand. Yeah, it's not that different, but wait, oh, he's wielding lightning. Interesting. Okay, yep. But I think it's a fairly slight difference. That isn't really that noticeable anyway. Oh, okay. Did you only watch the new movie or also the older ones? I love the Wolverine movies, in my opinion. Way better than any Deadpool movie. I actually have not watched any of the movies. So I don't have an opinion on them. I just watched, I did research, right, for how I want to design my character, my version. So I watched a ton of clips on YouTube. Mostly, you know, like movie clips or trailers and stuff, just to kind of get an idea of what they do for movies, what they do for comics, what they do for I don't know, other stuff like fan-made designs, and then try to find the best combination of, you know, what I like the most of, you know, basically taking everything that I see, trying to bring it as close as possible to the original, and then when there's like room for interpretation, choose the best interpretation that I like, you know, go with the best interpretation that I like, and then, you know, create a combination of that. Okay, that's fine. Now let's do his face. You're avoiding making those fingers looking like sausages, I presume? What do you mean? What am I avoiding? Okay. Oh yeah, his face. So, what is this? Parent icon. What does that even mean? Oh, right, okay. Wait, you can change this? Why? Why would you change it? Oh, whatever. Can you change this too? No. Okay. There you go. Grr. He's angry. Because Wolverine, I mean Deadpool, stole his cupcake. And he won't give it back. What is this? Why is it so asymmetric? Oh, because it's not... symmetry is off. Yeah, still, look at this. Why is it asymmetric? That's so weird. I think what I also should probably do is look at the shot from in rendered view to see if it looks good with, you know, in the final look that it's gonna have, rather than the viewport. Of course, the viewport is good for composition and stuff, but at some point, you know, the composition can look weird in the final result, even though it looks good in the viewport. So it's of course always important to look at it in both. Welcome, Better Call Finger. Hope you have a good day. Okay. I feel like this can be better still. What if I think I want to play around with him a bit more. His shoulder, for example, isn't there yet. It is a bit unrotated. Oh, is it? It's actually not too bad. I think I want to... Do I want to do it the other way around? What is that? What would that look like? Like this way. I feel like this is better. This way? Yeah, I feel like that works better. I might just be dreaming, but I am pretty confident in it. Okay. Also something important to keep in mind for if you want to have your, if you want to show that the character has like a tight or like a strong grip on something, aligning the hand, for example, with the with the forearm, is always important. Since like this, you don't have as strong of a grip, or as you know, as much maybe even balance on the weapon that you're holding than if you have a strong, like straight arm like this. So doing that here is also important. So you can see, for example, has a slight angle to it. So what you could do is just rotate this slightly to do something more like this. Look at the difference. This, okay, versus this. Even just a small rotation can make a big difference. And then the same here, you can see the back of the hand has it even worse. This versus this. Look how much different it looks. Yeah, it is important, even those small things. Are you planning on adding impact frames on this one? Yes, but I think we're gonna draw those impact frames manually when we get to the drawing stage, which should be maybe even at the end of this week. There aren't that many shots left, so depending on how fast we get through these, with the cadence that we had so far, I think we're gonna get there this week. I don't know if we're gonna draw impact frames right from the get-go, but we'll definitely refine the shots and make them actually look good. Okay. It's kind of weird how you don't really see his other eye, so maybe I can move it even further over. But that's also weird. Actually, is that weird? Yeah, kind of. I kind of want him to look in this direction. What I could do is I could just do this. Whoop. Look at this. It looks kind of weird. I kind of don't want to do that. Maybe I can make it slightly visible. Like this. Oh yeah, look at this. All that matters is the final look. Doesn't matter what it looks like in rendered view. And I think this looks much better than just having one eye. Welcome Closeup. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Do I want to close his eyes a bit? In concentration. Ooh. Like this maybe. Also something that I sometimes do is rotate the eyes. Oops. Like this. I don't think I need to do it here though. Let's see if I can change Wolverine a bit. Or maybe the camera. I want to now optimize the layout. Everything is kind of looking pretty good. So now it's more about refining it so that it looks as best as it can. As good as possible. What if we zoom it out just a tiny bit? So we can see Deadpool's fingers a bit more. And then we rotate Wolverine a bit further over. to make some more room on the right side. Maybe we could even move this over. Since the back of the Wolverine's body isn't really that important. We could do this, for example, to show Wolverine a bit more. Give him some more space. And then we can, oops, we can go in here and just rotate him a bit. Oh. Like this, for example, just give it some more room. Oops. And maybe even, what if we, yeah, let's play around with these body parts a bit to find the optimal pose. This is kind of weird. I like when he is hunched forward. Maybe we can bring him a bit further over here. I would like to show his elbow, but that might be a bit too far over. Like this. Like this, maybe like this, or this. Ooh, this looks pretty good, right? This looks perfect. I think this is almost there. Just a little bit more. If given the chance or opportunity, would you work in one of the big studios? No. I like working for myself. And yeah, I just like working as an independent person. There's so much that I don't like about group work. There's some cool stuff, you know, that you can do with working with people. But there's also a lot of stuff that I just don't enjoy. So I prefer working, you know, by myself. Which is also one reason why I don't take any video sponsorships right now. I've done it before, but it just reinforced my the problems I had with it before. And I kind of also saw like the problems that can arise in the ad agency that I worked on before. I was never really in like any horror projects, but I always sat right next to the person that had the horror project. So I know how horrible people can be if you want to work with them, or if they pay you to work, for example, for them. And I would like to avoid all of that. Okay, the next step is to, let me try something. What if I actually go here, set this to 20? Does that look better? I feel like it can be better. I just need to optimize it. Look at this. Boom. The good thing about this composition is kind of similar to this one. The poses are very, very clear. You can see his like Wolverine's body's right here. You can see his fist right here. You can see the other arm, of course, you know, in the middle. And then Deadpool is kind of the same. All the vital elements of his pose, like his limbs, his body, his head, they're all clearly visible and not obstructed by anything. That makes it so, that makes a pose like this, you know, good. As long as you can see, we talked about it like a lot now, but as long as you have a pose where you can see, or like a pose is immediately better if you can see all the limbs that are important for that pose. So, you know, here it would be the arms, or in this case here, There you go. In this case, for example, I guess it would also be the arms or like the weapons, right? You can see, you know, both of his arms here, maybe even the hands. You can see both of his hands. You can see his body, the head and stuff. You don't really see Deadpool's leg, but it's not really that important for this pose, since the legs don't really participate in him blocking the attack. So this hand, for example, fills out this space, this kind of empty space here in the front very well, creates some more depth, and then you can see like the focus in the top left there. I think that's why this pose works so well. That's yeah, but I think there's even more we can do. We're not there yet, okay? Do you run your own studio though? Nope. There's always the way I think about life, okay? Knowing how artists are treated. Yeah, the way I think about life is I want to optimize it for enjoyment, okay? And you have 24 hours in your day, right? So you have a limited amount of hours you can spend each day doing what gives you enjoyment. Enjoyment doesn't mean I guess enjoyment is more in the sense of like thriving, where it's not you know, if I want to maximize the day for enjoyment, like as you know how you maybe enjoy, understand enjoyment, it could be just going, you know, and taking meth and then you know being on a trip for the whole day, but that's not really what I mean. I mean more in the sense of yeah, thriving, having like a being happy not only in the moment but also in the future, and that involves yeah, and the way to achieve that is through the time that you have each day. And the thing is, what can oftentimes happen if you, for example, working, like creating a business, for example, is that you work on the business, but then at some point you take on more and more work, since your business expands. All of a sudden you need to, I don't know, also do the shipping, and you need to do whatever, right? There are more and more work you can add to your list of things you need to do each day to, you know, make the business work. And something you can fall into is this kind of idea that your business always needs to grow. Because, you know, in the beginning you needed it to grow for it to be sustainable and actually sustain your life. But at some point it reaches a point where it can sustain your life, but then you still want it to grow since you're in that kind of mindset. But in that moment you need to then decide whether it is worth growing the business, whether it fulfills your, what would you call it, your life goal, life goal, I guess, which in my case once again is the life maximizing enjoyment. And if maximizing enjoyment comes at a cost, if growing the business comes at the cost, it costs me enjoyment, I wouldn't do it. So if I were thinking about having, building a studio, for example, of my own, it's there's cool stuff that you can do with it, right? You would probably, well, it's not really a given, but you would expect if you hire more people, you can also put out more, which means you can make more money and you can do more and more. But what also, of course, gets added on top is more and more work for you to do. And at some point you can get into this moment where you have so much work added on top over so many years, or maybe even just months, that you at some point just reach, a moment where you don't want to work all that, you don't want to do all the stuff that you have put on your plate now, but you have to, since you have built this thing, and this built thing can only run if you do all the work. And then the scale can quickly tip over from I like doing this, no, I do this because I like doing it, and it allows me to enjoy my life, to I need to do this. I don't enjoy it, but I need to do it. And so I'm always really, really careful with adding more and more to my plate or to what I do, you know, each day, because it's kind of like putting on weight, where you don't really like you just a certain action puts on more and more weight, and then at some point you look in the mirror and compare yourself to like a few months ago, and then you realize you have like 10 pounds more, and you look, you know, fuller, I guess. But it is like a slow progression, and I think I'm always careful of like things that progress slowly, that I don't forget about them, or I guess aren't aware of them, and putting on like small steps, you know, like, oh, I thought about it, oh, you know, now that I'm streaming, I could also, you know, release shorts, for example, or like, you know, short form, turn like clips of the stream into short form content, but that then would take away from the thing, you know, other things like creating videos, for example. So there's never like I can just add more on top. There's always like an exchange, and whether I'm willing to take that exchange or not, it's always like a whole math equation that I need to do. And that's also the reason why I probably wouldn't create a studio, because that's like a whole, that's so much that I would have to change, and that I would have to do more that I probably don't want to do, that I just don't want to do it. Are you self-taught? Yes, I am indeed. I think this is pretty good. I wonder if I can make this a bit better. Something that I want to do is I want to create some more forced perspective, aka scaling and squashing and stretching, to make some of the things cooler. So let's see if we can do that here. What I mean by that is basically just, you know, lenses, for example, have a certain lens distortion, so something that is closer to the camera gets bigger than something that is further away. Also, something that is further on the outside of the screen gets stretched more than something that is on the inside. And you can kind of imitate that with by just transforming the model too. So to make his hand, for example, appear even closer to the camera, I can just scale this, for example, like this. Maybe even do this. Bring it a bit further over there. I can do the same here for the arm to, you know, to kind of put that into place. Maybe even do the same for the shoulder, and this way I can quickly make the pose even more extreme. That's kind of also what I did here. Like I usually, before, the arm wasn't straight, right? Because it, you know, I squashed the arm together a bit before it looked like this, to, you know, kind of force a more straight arm and make it look a bit more natural. You can't really see it in this shot anyway, but it's still, I think it looks better. How taxing are the scenes in Blender? You mean in terms of my PC working, or you mean mentally taxing? Morally taxing? I don't know. I'm guessing you mean performance wise. Since it's Eevee, it's not that bad. If it's cycles, it would be a bit worse, but you know, Eevee is not that bad. I think I can also do this a bit more to give some more room here and make it a bit more dynamic too. Like this also shows a bit more of the shot. There you go. Maybe I can then even go further here. I kind of want to have the hand here in between all of this free space. Let's see if we can change a bit more of this. Fine tune it even more. Some might say you're a lone wolf. Kind of like the character you're animating. I see myself in Deadpool. I live my life like Deadpool. I think then I would already be dead. I would be a Deadpool. I think this is pretty good. Ooh, 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 ooh. Is that better? No. He's already in he's not really balanced, but I think that's fine. I don't want to move his feet like over there. I think that's going to be a bit too much. And it's not that visible in the shot anyway. So I probably want to do it like this. Something I actually thought about, maybe I could angle the sword a bit towards the camera. That could be cool. Unfortunately, I don't have any controls for the blade of the sword, so I can't really stretch it or like bend it and stuff. I could shrink, what's it called? Shape key it, but let's see if we can do it without any of that. So what if we actually, yeah, but let's see if we can bend it a bit towards the camera while still not changing the pose too much. I want to go here. Like this maybe. See, now his hands are also not in behind his head. And then maybe make it more diagonal. Okay, and then his claw can be up here. Kind of like this. It doesn't really work that well since it's, you know, the claw is just kind of hitting it on one side instead of all of them. But it looks better in the shot like this, so I'll keep it like this. As long as it looks good, once again, you know, in the camera. It's all good. How many years in Blender do you have? I think it must be 5 now. 5.5. Actually, do I want to move it over here a bit? No. His hand is now blocking his hands. It's all... What if I do this? Hold on. Like this. Something I might do is just scale the sword a bit. Oops. Scale the sword. Look at this. Look at how well we can now use the sword to fill the space up here too. And it doesn't look too bad either. Now I just wanted to see if I can move his hand in a better position to fill maybe some remaining space. Maybe like this, or maybe like this looks pretty good. Hold on. Hold on. This looks pretty good now. Boom. And then maybe I can actually move his hands a bit further backwards so they're more visible in the shot. Like over here. There you go. Not that visible, but I think it's fine. We're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Welcome, Lube. Hope you have a good day. Wish I had the same passion as you or consistency, but I find myself looking at the viewport then instantly become lazy. I feel like I usually, the way I stay motivated is just through inspiration. like having a cool idea and just having to put that into, you know, making that a reality. The best ideas that I have, not only for videos, but also for projects that I just have to do, you know, or the best ideas are the ones where I just like, I'm like, oh my God, I want to go straight into it. And how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do it right now? And maybe that's just something that you're, you know, missing right now. If you just go into Blender, for example, and just not knowing what to do, I think that's when you just, you know, don't, you know, you just, that's probably the way you fail the easiest, I guess. What I usually do is I work really well off of like, you know, in other people's work. So I look at what other people did, for example, and then usually that gives me some ideas what I could do. I also just like recreating stuff. Of course, that could be different for you, but like, you know, for me, for example, yeah, I really like, for example, having like a 2D image and then trying to recreate that in 3D. So if I ever, you know, don't know what to do, I just look through Pinterest, for example, look for some cool shots, look for some cool concept art or whatever, and then just try to find a cool one and try to recreate that myself in 3D. Look at this. We're almost there, I think. Let me do a few more things. Ooh. Wolverine's thinking. Left or right? Left or right? Yeah, this one's better. Maybe even backwards. Maybe forwards. No, backwards. Okay, looking pretty good. Do I want to rotate it down a bit? Probably this bit. Ooh. Oh, maybe not. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Welcome, Taha. Do you have any tips for Blender? Any tips for Blender? That sounds like, do you have any tips for life? It's the most broad topic ever. Yes. Shift? No, what's it called? Hold on, let me see. Okay, if you have a plane, right? And you go into object mode and you press Control Tab. You add a mirror modifier. There you go. The daily Blender tip. Or if you press Control 2, let me give you one more. Control 2, when you have its object selected, adds a subdivision modifier. Okay. Looking pretty good. So, do I want to move? Dude, this hand, I think it can move a bit further back. Like here, just to give it some more space. Not cram it too much. Okay. I feel like I want to move this foot too. There's some more space I would like to fill. And we can probably do that by using the tweak bones. There you go. Ooh. Look at this, much more dynamic. And then we can also scale it up a bit. Yes, look at this. Okay, maybe we can make the hips a bit thinner. No. Maybe this arm can be a bit more straight. It's also kind of weird. That's pretty good. And then this arm. Oh, I don't know. I think this one's fine. Okay. Now, one more thing I want to see is if I can maybe show his Deadpool's hands is slightly, just a tiny bit more like this. Yes. Look at this. Oh, yes. Boom. Perfect. Okay. Maybe one more thing I want to try is to rotate it slightly so that the blade goes a bit closer to the camera. Ooh. Oh, hello. Look at that beautiful lighting. Okay. I make Blender animations too, Lego ones, nice. Oh, a Deadpool Wolverine one. Okay, cool. There's a person on YouTube that makes the Lego animations, right? That actually worked on the into the or across the Spider-Verse animation, like a Lego version of it. So that could be you if you continue working on your 3D skills. Maybe, you know, when you upload your work to YouTube, maybe you also see, maybe some studio sees your work and wants to hire you for a scene, for example, and then you could be in the credits of a movie. Okay. I feel like I want to make this bigger. Let me do that. Can I? Oh, I can. Perfect. Oh. Boom. I'm gonna cheat a little bit and bend it the wrong way. Oops. Yes. That is sick. Look at that. That's perfect. The whole, basically everything, the whole space is now filled out. Perfect. Let's look at it in subdivided view, so we can do the lighting. Let's do 3, so we can see the final lighting. So first of all, we have I used rim light here? Yes, I have. Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool. making Deadpool's face dark because of Wolverine's shadow. Oh, that's also cool. Hold on. I think what I want to do is I darken his eyes, dark Deadpool's eyes, with the light. Like this, but then I need to remove the weird shadow that's on there, which is probably just his own sword. I'm just gonna remove the shadow. Boom. Yes, look at this. Let me fine tune it a bit more. I feel like that's already pretty good. Yeah, like this. Well, Wolverine doesn't look that great though, so I might need to do something different. Yeah, I think so. For the greater good, it needs to be different. Oh, what about this? Wait a second. Wait, why is there a light? Oh. Maybe like this. Okay, and then we can remove the shadow from this sword too. Oh, damn it. Please don't crash. Okay, good. I selected the wrong library override, but it's fine. It didn't crash. Okay, look at this. It's not 100% there yet, but we're getting closer. That's also kind of cool, having like a slight shadow here on this nose, but then on nothing else. Like this. This is kind of cool. Yeah, I kind of like that. And that fits a bit better with Wolverine too. Maybe then I can do... Oh, why is the camera... I mean the, the light over there. I snapped it to the ground. I snapped the sun to the ground. Okay. I feel like this is already fine. I don't need to change too much more. Let me do this again. I think there was one thing I wanted to do. This, probably. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Now let's add some line art. Have I added the thing here? I have indeed. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, this looks weird. We need the lat fix, the shoulder fix. Eye trails, yeah. This is gonna be a static shot, so there's gonna be no movement except for the background and the camera shaking. So I don't need to do anything like that, but maybe in a different shot. Oh right. Let me do... Oh, the line art. There you go. And then the first shot is basically done. Took us almost 3 hours, but it's fine. Maybe the third one is easier. The second one, I guess, on stream. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. Line art. Okay, I definitely need to go down in subdivisions. I think 2 is fine. Please don't crash. Oh, we don't need the ground. Boom. Okay. Good. Also, let's do line art first. What is this dot? Oh, his belt. Okay. So, inline first. Yes. Okay. And this is not going to be the final look. This is before the overpainting. So once all the 3D animations are done, I'm going to go ahead and add a layer basically between the camera and the actual shot to do some manual 2D overpainting over the shot basically to make it look as good as possible. So what we see here right now is not going to be the final look, but you know, the basis for the overpainting. At least it's rendering. Last time we had a problem where it just crashed when I hit bake. Luckily this time, oh, I actually forgot something. Hold on. Actually, it's not that bad. We can, whatever. I'll just restart it. Let's do the camera shake first. Shouldn't be too hard because it's basically the same as before, which means let me copy it. Number 20. There you go. What I need is this. What settings did I use? First of all, how many frames? 24, okay. 24 frames. And then oh, a keyframe. Never mind. I need to enable keyframing. Okay. So, oh, right, graph editor. Because the resolution is so high, it's a bit laggier now, but it should be fine. As long as my OBS isn't lagging, it should all be good. So, first of all, the X location should be fine. What did I use here? 0.08, okay. Wait, can you copy those modifiers from one file to another? Let's see. This one. Boom. Nope. Too bad. You can copy models from one to the other, but I guess not other stuff. It's kind of rare, like just a few things you can move over, unfortunately, or copy over. What was it? 0.08. And then restricting to N should be 29, I think it was, with a blend out of 23. So that the shaking is the strongest in the beginning and then gets weaker as you go. Let me reduce it here too, so it's less laggy. And then let's play it. Oh, that's a bit weak. Was that really right? 0.08. Weird. Maybe it's just not that visible. Ah, that's better. Okay. It's kind of a annoying how the... Wait, why is it down here? It's kind of annoying how the actual attack, like the clashing, is all the way at the top of the shot. It would be cooler if it was a bit lower, but I don't know if I can do that. I guess I could move the... Hold on, I need to fix this real quick. I think I moved... What are these? Whatever. I don't think I can do that. I would have to move the camera probably higher, and then the whole shot would be different. I kind of want to keep it like this. I think it's fine. It's fine. So you're gonna add more detail in the models in composition or just the animation in general? Yeah, I'm gonna, once all the 3D stuff is done, do like overpainting, fixing some shadows, adding more details, fixing the line art, stuff like that, just to make it as good as possible, make it look as 2D as possible, I guess. Give it that manual touch, yeah, to basically finish the shot and make it look, you know, as good as it can be. Okay, so let's check this now. Check the shake. I don't know why it's still lagging like that. Oh, there you go. It's still laggy. Why? Aha, there you go. Okay. Good. Now we do this, copy, and paste it to the Z location. And then we should have a nice shake. Like this. I think I also copied it to the Y location, so why not do that too? That might be a bit too much. Never mind. Just X and Z. Okay. So, maybe I can move the focus a bit higher. Like this. Maybe a bit further over. Let me see it in rendered view. Like this. This might be a bit better. I think that is better. There you go. Okay, doesn't really change too much. Just changes the composition just slightly, which I think might make it look a bit, you know, a bit more, brings this clashing point a bit closer to the middle. What's your favorite part of animating? Probably the first posing, since it's such a quick way to add like a first look at the animation, and then the refining, you know, takes more and more time the more you want to refine it. So that's usually, I don't like tedious stuff, so I don't like creating, I don't like refining, but as much. So it's probably the first block out of the main poses. Okay. Can I? Maybe I can do that too. There you go. I think that's the best it's gonna be. Although I kind of want to change the claw, its front hand here, or the one closer to the camera, to not align it fully with the camera frame, so that it doesn't look like it's kind of part of it. Bring that a bit higher. There you go. That should be good. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay. So the shake is there. Let's add the line art and then add the background, and then we have this one done. Oh, right. Line art. Line art, of course, makes a big difference for this, since it's right now we just have flat shots, or like flat colors, and the line art makes the whole thing a lot more structured and easier to read. So, clear, hope for the best, and bake. And it works. Nice. Add some cheese into one of the background shots. Just like a cheese wheel rolling by. Is there a benefit to making different scenes of the animation in different files? Because I see you're not using the scene option at the top of the screen. I've used the scene option before. So for when I created a Pixar animation, for example, I used the scene option. But there are pros and cons for both ways of doing it. And one pro of, or like the reason why I create a new file for each scene in this version is, first of all, because I want to try it compared to the scenes style of working, but also because I can then create a base scene template file, and then always when I want to create a new scene, open that file and save that as scene whatever, right? Scene 15, for example, and then have everything already pre-set up, except for the characters, like except for anything that is posed in a certain way. So the benefit, the thing you can, the one thing you can, actually, can you? The biggest problem with creating, not animating everything in one world, in one scene, is that you might have like continuity issues, where if you want to, for example, if a character has like in one scene, he has this pose, right? Or like, you know, this pose, right? And then in the next shot, you would create a new 3D environment, for example, right? And with a different shot, with a different perspective, for example. And you try to copy basically the pose from one file to the other. That can be kind of a problem, but that is kind of the biggest issue that I've found so far. One benefit, actually, so one benefit of course you have with multiple scenes in one shot is that you have less files, of course. You also, it's easier to switch between scenes because you don't have to open them. But it can also be a bit more confusing, I guess, having multiple scenes in one shot. There was one big problem that I have with it that I guess brought me to using what would you call it, one file for one shot, which is that if you use drivers anywhere and they reference a certain, like for example, the way I've created these characters and control them is with these controller objects, you know, these Suzannes. They have basically multiple different settings here in the properties, in the custom properties that I added to these monkeys, right? So this one controls, for example, Deadpool, and I can control his multi-resolution level for the viewport in here. I can control his his rig. So when when he's supposed to grab with his hands, either his guns or his swords, I can control that here with a 1, 0 or 1 switch basically. So if you know, right now he's grabbing the right sword. So, you know, the grab left hand right sword is on, and then the right hand right sword is on. I can, you know, I don't have to go into detail or into the depths of all the settings of the rig. I can just create a custom property and then put that on the monkey, and then I can control all of these from one object basically. The problem is the way these are set up is to basically say, hey, right click on this property and then say copy as new driver. So whatever this value is, 0 or 1, gets then will then also be applied to a different value input. So here, for example, for the grab sword, for example, I used I applied a snap to, or like copy transform, copy location constraint on a bone. I put a copy location constraint onto the hand bone, which means that once I switch that to 1, the influence of that constraint turns into 1, so 100% influence, and the hand snaps to the bone that is on the sword meant for that hand. The problem is these drivers, you know, they just reference a value and then copy it over to whatever you put the driver in. The thing is, if you create a new scene, you would basically, and then what I would have done, you know, in the pixel animation, for example, I created a scene and then I went here and said, hey, full copy basically. So I just want to duplicate the scene. The thing is, the problem with that is that when the monkey is then duplicated and then the rig too, the rig drivers still reference the original monkey. So the drivers are basically all messed up. The monkey from scene 1 also controls the rig from scene 2. So I would have to rewrite all those drivers, which I don't think I can when all the objects are linked. So that's like one big problem with scene duplicating, I guess. I don't know if scene linking or stuff works better. I just, you know, use this for this animation because I ran into that issue last time and I wanted to see if this can avoid it efficiently. So far it does. Yeah, it just creates more files, I guess. So you see something more like this rather than maybe like 5 files. Oh. Why bro's voice sound like Google's text-to-speech? Maybe I am the voice actor for that text-to-speech. I am the voice it has been modeled after. Okay. I just noticed that his claws are actually not connecting, which shouldn't be too bad. It's not that visible in this shot, so who cares? Let's do the line art for the for Wolverine. Okay, let's hope. Bake. And it doesn't work. Okay, well, sometimes when you press bake on the line art thing, line art modifier, it just doesn't do anything. But what usually has fixed that for me is just to reopen the file. So let's see if that works again in this one. Boom. Let's see. Let's open that again and then check. How long left is the stream? The stream will go on for another hour. 61 minutes. Exactly. Okay. 21. Let's see if it works now. It should. Also, something annoying for this is that I need to change something real quick. I need to go to the template file, because every time I bake the manual lines, they just delete themselves when when I reopen the file. So I want to open the original file in it for a second and see if I can fix that there. And yeah, hopefully not have that problem in the future. Let's see. Line art. Deadpool. It's always the manual line art. What if I switch this now to this one? And then keep it there. Yes. Save. Okay. And then do the same for Wolverine. Hopefully that fixes it, because that fixes it for the outlines. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I guess we have to bake it again, but that's fine. It did not update. It did. It actually did. Okay. But it doesn't do anything. Weird. Maybe I just have to rebake it every time I open this file, which would be really annoying, but we'll see. It's a problem for another day. And now it actually works. Nice. Does making 3D art or just art in general ever feel like a job for you where you don't enjoy yourself, or do you generally always have passion and enjoyment for this stuff? I think it only really feels like a job when I don't enjoy it, and that is usually only when I when I do anything like tedious, because I just don't like doing like tedious work, like retopology, for example, or I don't know, like whatever, or weight painting and rigging and stuff. Then it can be a bit annoying, but usually I kind of set up my I guess life my existence on YouTube up in a way where I can kind of, like, I don't have a consistent schedule. I don't have any sponsorships I need to fulfill in a certain amount of time with the deadline and stuff. So I can kind of set those myself. So if I ever have a day where I just feel like if I ever have a day where I just actually, am actually miserable and don't want to do anything, I can do that, which is nice to have, which is a nice situation to be in. And generally I don't really feel drained. I think I have a pretty good workflow where I don't get like burned out, for example, because I have like my projects are always separated into two parts, of which I enjoy both. So first I have creating the project, which is one aspect, which is one part, and there are multiple different things that that I like and that I that are part of it, like creating the characters, creating the animation, creating, I don't know, like the post-production, or like the here, for example, like painting over the stuff to make it look more 2D. That is one thing. That is like one part that I enjoy most of it, like probably like 80 to 90% of it. And then the other part is editing the video. And in that part I also enjoy like 80 to 90% of it. And those two things, oftentimes after a long project I want to take a break, but it is more, because I don't go straight into the next project, but I have like this video that I'm now editing, which is a whole different, I guess, a whole different thing in it altogether. It doesn't really, my brain feels refreshed for that, even though it feels drained for like a 3D project. And while I then work on the video project, I can then refresh or reload my 3D batteries. So there's like the cycle that works quite well together. But oftentimes, usually after a video, I take like 1 or 2 days off and just do nothing, you know, just to kind of chill out and yeah, fully relax, don't think about anything, and then go back to the next project. So yeah, I think yeah, usually ideas kind of give me passion, and kind of the like good ideas or like exciting ideas give me passion. And since my channel kind of revolves around cool ideas around 3D that people find interesting or exciting, that kind of is kind of a given that I have projects that are exciting for me. So yeah, generally I don't remember doing a project in the last year at least where I felt like I had to do it or like it felt like work. I guess it kind of feels like work in the way that I still want to set myself a deadline, but not necessarily in the way that, you know, I just don't want to do it. Okay. But I have to, basically, you know. Let me grab the speed lines from the previous scene, and then we have this shot finished. I'm making a manga. Please give me a story. Story has to be small. Okay. What about a dude working in a business, I don't know, like a marketing firm or like business, like a big business, right? And then he he keeps working there, and then all of a sudden at some point his car he uses to get there crashes, you know, one day, and he can't get to work. He also can't work from home, and so he has to wait for the car to be repaired. And in that time he gets curious and goes through the park, and all of a sudden he realizes how beautiful, I don't know, the lake is, the park and stuff, and realizes, you know, sees the beauty in the simple stillness of things or whatever, and how much he enjoys it, even though there's nothing he had to pay for it or anything. It just comes, you know, naturally. And then he decides to change his career, even though he has a stable, you know, living, to something that he enjoys more and wants to do for his, you know, to do because he likes doing it rather than having to do it, and becomes, I don't know, like an artist. And then you could add a twist, right, where he actually encounters or like walks past, he could walk past like a dude playing guitar in a park sitting there, right? He walks past them, thinks like, what a loser, just sitting there doing nothing with his life. He could be making millions of dollars, but all he does is sit there and, you know, with his guitar playing, or like whatever instrument playing in the park. And then at the end of the story, he realizes, you know, that guy was right all along. He's enjoying his life, and he becomes the person in the park playing an instrument or painting or whatever. And then you see another person, like another business dude, walking by, seeing him, and you can see his disgust, the disgust in that dude's eyes. But the person, you know, the business dude recognizes, you know, how that person feels, but he keeps on smiling because he knows that this is the thing that he was always meant to do. Might not be as short, but I think you can make it a bit shorter than what I said. Okay. Aha. Best tool, one of the best add-ons in Blender. Align tools. I want to align the plane with the view of the camera. So I just select both, highlight the camera, and then just say align, location and rotation. Boom. And all of a sudden, it is perfectly aligned. And now I can just move it on the Z-axis. I don't know why it's lagging so much, but it is. To bring it behind both of them. Look at this. And now we have some speed lines behind the both of them. Look at this, perfect. And now we can align them. I'm trying to think how they would collide. I feel like this is already pretty good. Do we want to rotate it more? Maybe like this even? Okay, like this. And this value is driven by a driver, so that's fine. What is still laggy here? What is creating the lag? Oh, probably the resolution? Yes. Still laggy, so there must be a line out modifier that is still active. That shouldn't be active. Have I baked all of these? I have indeed. I have not. Never mind. Let's bake this one. Oh. Boom. Okay. Time to bake. Welcome, Collabs. Hope you have a good day. What are your opinions on working part-time on 3D advertising as a side hustle? Is it worth it? Sure. Depends on what you mean by worth it. If you want to create 3D art with a, if you want to create 3D art for people on the side, if you like working with people, creating stuff for people, and then, applying your skills to do something for people, it could be worth it. If it's more to enjoy your, if it's to make money, then it can be worth it. If you, just want to do 3D and want to have a reason for it, it might not be as worth it because you don't enjoy the work that you're doing. I'm guessing you mean for, to make more money. I think it can be worth it. You just have to consider that, of course, then you'll have less free time, but I guess that's kind of a given. First time being able to catch one of your streams live. Nice. What if speed lines were vanishing behind Deadpool since we're looking down on them? I think I want to keep it pretty broad, since I think it's a bit. Usually, I think if you see these speed lines in anime shots, they fill out the whole background. So I want to kind of do that here too. And that should be it. Let me go here, set that to 0, and then render it. Scene 21. Okay. And then we can torture our brains again to create the third shot. Once we have all the scenes done, we can also then add them together again. We did that before, like kind of 2/3 through the animation. Just putting all the scenes, only 3D rendered, like the rough render, I guess, into DaVinci to kind of, look at the whole animation and see if the pacing looks good or if anything needs to change. And then afterwards we can go into the refinement. The refinement might even take longer than the animation itself, depending on the scene, I guess. So I want to have enough time for that, and not all of a sudden, right, realize, you know, after animating for like 3 weeks, realizing that the overpainting will take 3 more weeks. Yeah, so we'll do that and probably start with that later this week. There you go, it doesn't look too bad. Let's now do the last shot. His eyes might be a bit weird, but I'll figure that out later. Okay, last one. New scene, yeah, why not? So this one, 22. Okay, so we have 2 shots now. One of them being, I guess both kind of attacking. Then we have one here with Wolverine attacking and Deadpool blocking. So now I think I want to do the opposite. Deadpool attacking and Wolverine blocking. For that I might do... And I think I want to kind of sneak in a gun for Deadpool too. So he would hold his sword with one hand and then his gun, one of his guns, with the other hand. To because that kind of leads into the next part of the animation. I think that's what I want to do. Do you use any other software other than Blender to make anything easier? The only thing I really use is Marvelous Designer, but it is, I only really use it when I want to have like very realistic clothing, which is fairly rare. So I usually just subscribe to it for like a month and then unsubscribe again whenever I need it. Other than that, I don't really use any other, I guess, well, when it comes to 3D, not really. Of course, Photoshop for 2D stuff, right? But yeah, for 3D, I mainly just use Blender. Okay, let's start with 30 millimeters again and then go from there. So yeah, let's just set up the basic idea and then we can go from there. Let's see if we can make this one a bit quicker. I doubt it, but who knows? Okay. Okay. So first of all, Suzanne, grab, what do we have here? Probably right LR again, and then grab gun R. There you go. Good. That looks correct. Okay. And then the gun too. Okay. Yes. I want to give him a pose where his gun isn't fully exposed, like the main focal point, but rather kind of hidden and kind of like how you would do it in Western, right? Where you're standing there like this, and then all of a sudden you shoot. You're kind of like this, like hidden under his, you know, behind his body, sort of. I think that's what I want to do. Since he's kind of trying to sneakily sneak in some shots, rather than, you know, kind of aiming it right into his face. So yeah. Thank you, Ragrish. Someone hacked my Steam account, rest in peace. Oh no. Well, My condolences, I guess. I can't really help you with that, but rest in peace. Thank you for the super chat. I guess that's a good hint, or like a good announcement. Be careful who you give your Steam account to. Make sure you have two-factor authentication on. Don't let somebody borrow your account. Is this all in Rigify? Yes. Well, yes. It's Rigify Plus, okay? It's the basic meta-human rig. And then I added some more on top. You know, with the sword and stuff. If you want to know how that works, you can watch the playlist on YouTube called Rig Anything with Rigify. There it'll explain to you how you can, how Rigify actually works and why the basic meta, like the meta skeletons and stuff, right? That they're just presets made out of multiple different bone sets that you can add on and, you know, remove as you wish and create a rig out of any combination of those. So here, for example, I added like a pivot point kind of set so that I can, for example, move this sword like this, right? Rotate it from below where the bone starts, or I can use this axis, this kind of pivot point bone, and change from where I want to rotate the sword, or, you know, like letting the arm rotate around the sword like this, or rotate in this direction, rotating the sword individually. All stuff like this can be I've added through Rigify's bone sets. Okay, so let's do the second pose. What could we do? What if we do something where he slams with the sword down, but then he also has his gun right here? Maybe. I think I also right now have two poses or two shots where Wolverine is in the front. I think this time I want to have one where Deadpool is closer to the camera. Closer to the camera. I think that could be good. So let's come up with something like that, which also probably means that I should start with Wolverine because he's further away, and then add Deadpool afterwards. Although I could, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Deadpool is much taller than Wolverine, at least in the comics. I think sometimes they just don't care. Oh, you can see it here too. See how much taller he is. I think Deadpool is actually like 6'2" or something, over 180 centimeters, like 185 or so, and Wolverine is like 160, like 5'5" or so, or 5'3". Of course, in the newest movie, that's not really the case, but yeah, he is generally pretty small. maybe in height, but not in width. He makes up in width what he's lacking in height. Let's see. So, actually, I think I want to start with Deadpool again. I feel like it doesn't really matter which one I start with. Short, angry yellow man, exactly, with little claws. Yes. So, boom. Okay. So, maybe this. Give me all your money. Give me all your money. Or you'll get a shot in the head, I guess, which won't kill you, but you'll have a hole in your head for a second. Okay. So, I think Now that we can think about the sword attack, we have a lot more freedom. I think the first thing I want to do is start again with some inspiration, so I can actually have a base to work with and see what kind of possibilities we have here. Like this could be interesting. Like, oh, well, it doesn't really work that well, but his hand here could be open and then have a gun in it, but like this maybe. Yeah, let's look around a bit and see what we can find. Let's see. This one, just stabbing. Maybe a bit too hard to block with claws. This one's really, really cool. Look at this. So many small details in here. This one's of course Guts from Berserk. Slicing a horse in half. And then of course the soldier on top too. Wait, oh, it's not here. And then his face, just demon mode. You can see the horse's face too, down here. And then the soldier here at top. Oh no, the soldier's actually, no, it's also cut off, okay. Also cut in half. What is this? What is that supposed to be? Is that a sword? Who knows? I feel like something that could work quite well is having Wolverine uses both claws like this, blocking a sword attack coming, you know, from the side by holding the claws in front of his face. That could work. So that's one idea. Maybe let's go through a bit more and see if we can find something better. This one doesn't really have any swords. Let's go back to this. Of course, you can't hold it with both hands since one hand is going to be used for his gun. So you can't really do poses like this where they just slam down with the sword with both hands on it. That of course will not happen, cannot happen, since he doesn't have 3 hands. Deadpool might have 3 legs, but not 3 hands. Blender's the GOAT app, indeed. I always, like, there's always like this thought process in my mind, like, oh, you know, if Blender can, you know, Blender is kind of like the best program when it comes to, like, you know, how they treat the program, and then also just the community, I guess, where they actually, you know, take on feedback and just try to improve it and make it better and better and better according to, you know, just the main goal, just making it as good as possible to use for 3D artists, or like anyone, right, that wants to be a 3D artist. You know, no weird subscriptions to any random stuff or any extra monetary stuff. Just like, you know, if you wanna donate, then feel free. But then that feels like, oh, that's like kind of the best way to go. But then you also have to realize that Blender almost died. Much like early in the process. And the only reason that it actually survived was because it was, there was a community that was willing to pay so that it can be, you know, that it can be, I guess, like kept alive, I guess, so that more of a development can happen on it. At some point, it was actually just an internal, you know, software, and then, you know, the it got released into the world, I guess, as a free software, and then, you know, people, you know, checked it out because it was the only, even back then, it was the only free 3D software, or like the main one, and the people that learned it, you know, learned to love it, and of course didn't want it to die. Also helped with the development themselves. So some of the changes that Blender has gotten throughout the years, this is a really cool pose too, is made through the people that weren't even working as like main developers for the program. It was people that just, you know, had a thing that they wanted to improve, and then they improved it on their end, and then they, you know, send like the suggestion how to you know, implement that into the actual version of Blender to, you know, developers, and then, you know, they actually applied it. And there's also a different reality where Blender would have died in the early stages because there weren't as many people donating and, you know, making it publicly available, or even just like, you know, the owner, the founder, you know, which is Ton Roosendaal, which created the program and then is still, you know, the main leader of how it's being developed, and, you know, he's the person creating the vision for it for the future and making sure that it's following that vision. If he, for example, would have left, like, you know, like, you know, after a few years maybe on working on it, and then somebody else more business minded, for example, would have joined, maybe they would have, I don't know, made it, you know, added some, like, I don't know, like essential add-ons, or no, paid or whatever. Since in the original open source language, or like the contract that has been created for Blender, it is stated that you cannot, you cannot use or like make Blender ever like a paid software. It will always be open source. But I feel like if you really want to, you can always find ways around that. Yeah, and if somebody's really willing to destroy, for example, like Blender or the business around it, I feel like they could. And that's probably also why most software are, most other software have kind of like a similar status now. And why, you know, Blender's more like an exception than the rule, or like a good guideline for other programs, since it's the only one. Oh, right, poses. Poses. Where's my poses pinboard? Somewhere hidden. This looks cool, this kind of pose. But I have an idea for a pose. Let me see if I can do it. Okay, let's see. made up my mind. Let's see if this works. So, for this one, actually we can just keep it... No. Oh. It would be the same layout again, which I kind of want to change. So I might want to rethink that again. Maybe we can do this. No, the other way. Boom. So that he slashes forward with a sword like this, right? Boom. Slash towards his face, and then of course he is blocking it with his claws. Let me see if that can work. And then he can also, of course, which would be like this. No, that doesn't work. Actually, it does. Kind of like this. Okay, kind of like this. And then his other side could be the gun. Oops. Pointing it also in that direction, obviously. Looks like he's trying to tap on his shoulder on one side and then have the gun on the other. Maybe slightly tilted. Make it more dynamic. Could that work? Like this maybe? And then have the gun kind of like here. Like this. Maybe. Could be pretty cool. Code a little history lesson. Yes. It's you know, I made a video at some point about creating a Blender donut in every version of Blender. And there I went through the history of Blender 2 and learned all those little facts about the history. It was pretty interesting actually. Found some really hidden websites too that had some old Blender resources too, like the old logo designs and like the story of the founders, how they made, explaining like how they made the logo, what it's meant to be and stuff. I think the logo, what was the logo meant to be again? One was like a sketch of a bird, but I don't think that was what it was supposed to be. I don't remember exactly what the orange swirl with the hairs or whatever is supposed to be, but it was kind of something esoteric, nothing specific, like not like an avatar or something. Like, oh, the Blender logo is oh, it's an eye. I think it was supposed to be an eye. So that's why you have like, you know, these little offshoots from the circle, which are like eye lashes. I think there were a lot of sketches with like, you know, eyes basically. Okay. What if we do this? Okay. The problem is, actually, no. I just need to change the hands. You can see this kind of wrist position isn't really possible in real life, right? You only have a certain range of movement with your wrist in real life. And kind of keeping that in mind for animations is also important, since Otherwise it looks broken like this. So it's hard to nail the rotation of the sword, but maybe this looks better. I want to just kind of straighten the wrist a bit. Also, something that we could do is rotate it outwards a bit, or like inwards, I guess, like this. That can also help, but I don't want to do it too much. The thing is, we have another attack again where one character is much further away from the camera than the other. I guess we could do some forced perspective again, but still it would be quite long. Yeah, I guess it's just the same process again, going through some poses and seeing which ones work best before we find the one that, you know, just looks the best. I left for 30 minutes and you can scroll up and see mine in less than a minute. I mean, less than a second. It do be like that sometimes. Sometimes it's more chill. Okay. I feel like this doesn't work as well. Yeah, I kind of want to probably have a different pose. I have an idea. Hold on. What about this? Maybe something more like this could be good. Boom. But that's also... I'm trying to find a good composition right now for the hands here. So this could be good for the gun is, you know, close to his body. And then he's slicing with his other hand, of course. And then ring could be rotated, you know, 90 degrees in this direction, clockwise, so that he blocks it with his arm. That could work. But it also feels kind of weird, the pose with his arm right now. Maybe there's something else we could do. According to Marvel's promotional material, he has to be a complete fairy, pretending to be a pinup girl. Who are you talking about? Deadpool? Who is the pinup girl? Let me check my references again. Okay. Deadpool. What is that? fingers are just... Oh, never mind. I thought that's his hand. It's his arm. I feel like this... Which one was it? This one, maybe kind of like a pose like this could work. Although, no, that's the other hand. But that's fine, we can just mirror it. Mirror it. Maybe something close was actually better. Let's see. Yes, I feel like this... Let's see. Oops. What if we do something more like this? And then actually rotate it towards him. Okay, like this. Forward. Ooh. Forward. Something a bit closer maybe. Works a bit better. Jesus. Like this, and then we have the hand. The gun still close to his body, but kind of, you know, hidden again. Kind of like this. Okay. There you go. Looks kind of weird with his hand, but it's fine. We'll figure it out. Okay. Maybe something more like this, where he holds his... Actually, he can pull his sword forward like this. Okay. Ah, but that's blocking again. But it should be something more forward facing. Maybe something more vertical. Or maybe kind of like a shot that is actually more horizontal. Like, let's see if I still have the shot here. Probably not, but we'll see. Which one is it? This one? Nope. Nope. This one. Kind of like this more. Maybe. Let's see if we can create something like this. Which would require... but I kind of... The struggle once again. Finding the needle in the haystack. Let me go through my references here. Maybe there's something here that we can use. These ones, for example. These ones, hold on. This one, yeah, these ones of course are all facing the camera, which would be the opposite of what I want to have, but at least they could, I guess they could still be good references for a pose. Like this maybe, but then having the gun behind his back. I want to try this one. Maybe this can work. Yeah. Okay. This would be kind of like rotate it in this direction. And then what would that be like? Okay. It's always such a struggle to find a good pose for this, since the pose always have to be so many different things at once. Not only needs to be look like a good fighting pose, but also fit well into the framing, and also work in the context of what it's supposed to be, like what the fight is currently looking like. Oh, never mind, I can't do that pose, because he would have to change his sword holding position again. Never mind. Maybe maybe something like this could work. Oh, I have an idea. Okay, another idea. Another idea. Let's see if this works. Maybe the problem isn't... Maybe the main problem is more the verticality than anything else. So if we make it a bit more vertical, it helped for Wolverine, so maybe it helps here too. Maybe this helps. Boom. Okay. Number one, boom. Then gun. Gun, aiming at Wolverine, obviously. It's so big. Oh, is it scaled? No, it's not. It looks so big all of a sudden. Why does it look so big? Oh, I know why. Wait, do I? Wait, is that normal? Why does it look so big? Look at this hand. What? Am I just blind right now? This hand looks huge, doesn't it? Hold on. Or am I just missing something? I feel like they're scaled up, but maybe I'm just wrong. Should be like this, but whatever. Weird. Okay. Jesus, dude, I don't know. It's throwing me off right now. It looks so much bigger than it should be. The gun is bigger than his feet. Oh, is it because of the... Oh, dude, it must be something... How is that possible? Because of the parent. That is so weird. Okay. Whatever. Fixed. So kind of maybe something like this could work. Maybe. And then the body could maybe be a bit more rotated outwards. Just like the previous shot, basically. Like this, maybe. And then have his head more rotated like this, maybe. Okay. Yeah, maybe like this. Look at this. This could work. I think. Maybe. Let's go with let's create Wolverine next. Just to have some sort of layout for him too. Because him just standing here is kind of weird. There you go. Okay. Welcome, Nicholas. Welcome back. Are we all just playing while this man is working? I mean, if you want to do that, feel free. You don't have to work with me. You could be, I don't know, running right now for all I care. You could be saving children out of a burning building. Whatever you do. Hope you like it. Okay. So, and then Wolverine would probably be, let's see, blocking it. So let's see if we can block that out. Maybe in this direction. Jesus, I always hate when the elbows just go wild because of the pivot point. Just stay where you're supposed to be. Okay. Actually, maybe it would be cooler if it was the other side. Let's try the other side. Maybe that works a bit better. Kind of like this, maybe? Maybe giving him some good old rotation too could help. Like this. Yo, high five. It really doesn't get easier. Whether it's the first one or the third one. Doesn't look like it's getting easier. I want this app soon badly. You mean Blender? This app. Welcome, Piyush. Hope you have a good day. Okay. So this is kind of weird blocking it this way, of course. I'm just gonna split his hand apart, getting back to that topic. Maybe it's better to actually just have a flat hand like this. And then have the, where's the pivot point? Can I see it through there? I can. Haha. Easy. Have something like this maybe. So that he looks over. Good. Like this. Maybe that could look good in some universe. I don't know about this. I need to think about it more. Okay. Yeah, I need to think about this more. But we have unfortunately reached the end of today. So I'll think about this more. I will finish this today, okay? And then tomorrow, well, how many scenes are actually need to be done? There aren't that many shots left. So if you go look at this right now, you can see, oh, that's the previous storyboard. We have this one. Oops. So basically we have this, we have this, we have this. Now we have this next, which I might be able to do off stream as well. We'll see. Then they both, of course, you know, I guess separate and then observe their wounds. Yeah, these shots aren't that bad. Don't take that long. So maybe we'll actually finish it in 2 days or so. We'll see. Let's stay optimistic. Not too optimistic though. But is the camera angle set? Not yet. I need to... These are just kind of the first poses I kind of came up with. It's not really that great yet, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, but it is time to go, unfortunately. I'll figure this out. We'll tomorrow probably work on this shot here, either this one, where they separate and then join together again, or this one where they both get blasted backwards. Yeah, to bring us closer and closer to the final scene. So yeah, hope you learned something new. Maybe you did. Hope you had a good day. Hope you enjoyed the stream. If you want to join tomorrow, of course, same time tomorrow, 4 hours back I started, which is going to be the same for tomorrow. If you want to join, if you want to get a notification when I go live, you can join the Discord. There's a announcement channel that tells you when I go live, or I guess you can also just subscribe. Yeah, if you haven't seen any of my videos, watch them. Otherwise, thank you for joining. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, see ya.